So thank you very much for handing over, Endeku. So we're actually playing the 24 Hours of Le Mans on PS2, and the second longest race you can do is 240 minutes, I think I said. 240 minutes, which is 4 hours. So we're literally being able to get done a 4 hour of Le Mans in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So it's going to be a very long one, I thought. So it is actually going to start off a little bit slower. We are at the very back of the pack. And this game's actually so old. You do not get a chance to actually use the analog stick. So you have got to use the D-pad or turn on the analog stick manually. It's just easier to use the D-pad. So it's not going to be too difficult, but it is going to be an endurance race. Almost as if the entire 24 Hours of Le Mans is an endurance race. Who would have thunk it, you know? So yeah, this is just going to be time consuming more than anything. So it's I would say a nice sort of filler, this one. So we should be coming up to the stop. Twats. But yeah, as soon as we can get into the front of the pack, we're going to be fine. It's just purely at the beginning here when you're stuck far at the back, where this can become a bit of a challenge. Well, that, and then as soon as we enter any kind of traffic that would be behind us. 200, 100. It's a reasonable bit behind, but again, it's the 24 hour of Le Mans. You've got a long time. Fuel management and tyre management is something you've got to take into account as well. And because of that, it's not just as simple as racing on 4 cylinders at all times. You've got to think about actually pitting at points. So. So actual class I'm also wasting this is not the prototypes. Hey, a bit too much speed in this corner. It's the Super GTs. or the GTs rather. I don't know if they would be considered the Super GTs. But with the one we're going with is the Porsche, simply because it has the maximum speed. There's like one other one which has a bit better braking than this one, but this happens to also have speed on its side, so we're more aiming to try and get ahead, good couple of seconds of the leader at the very least, before having to pit for fuel, and also potentially pit for tyres at the same time. But we can already kind of see some of the packs forming here. Again, just nudge them off. It's a very minor light tap. $300, $200. Now we're gonna catch up to 10. Way to ease off. We should be able to take a good couple of spaces then here. Yeah, the fact the game even implements any kind of slipstreaming is pretty neat. But yeah, this is also one of the racing games which was so early it doesn't even have wheel support on PS2. Can we get into a slipstream? Barely not. Just hooked into it. So already in 4th, which is a good sign. Because there's always the biggest trouble with most of these is getting ahead into these kinds of higher positions because of all the extra traffic you have to overtake and be cautious of. That's generally the case with most racing games, especially even online. I remember when I was playing a bit of Payback, Need for Speed Payback. Quite often you'd find tons of people just basically diving more than actually caring too much for a solid race. So as soon as you got in the lead, you're basically going to stay in the lead unless you had a catastrophic mess up. Like that nearly was. But thankfully that was also on the back stretch. So even though we are 7 seconds behind third, they're going to slow down a lot more than we will be going for the mid-turn, mid-back straight turn at the very least. There. Now again, other than a little kink here, it's a pure speed. It's a little annoying that we did turn out there. Especially because it's looking a whole lot like we're not going to get first before we have to think of our first refuel. Yeah, we've lost a couple of seconds to the third place. That's not good. I'm gonna have to think about getting them back on the second back straight now, or the second time we go through the back straight. I think we can see them. No. There's that truck we could see that looked like it might have been one of the race cars. We did gain 2 seconds on them though, so that's always good. Especially considering this is the more difficult part of the track. So there's more twists and turns. We could gain a fair bit of time, but we could also be losing a fair bit against the other racers if we end up messing up. And we want to be especially careful not to end up losing control inside and ending up smacking into a barrier or something. Don't want to accidentally pit. Okay, I'm certain that's one of them there in front of us. So we've basically caught the leader pack. Yeah, it is. Pushed off to the edge there. Should have went with the undertake, not the overtake. Ah, they seem to have more speed than us, so that would make sense why you're able to catch them up on the more technical part, but not necessarily the back straight here. However, we're now in the head of the pack, and we would be stopping for fuel before we get to the very back of the pack again, I think. So the next chunk of waste after our refuel is going to be the more difficult one. Nearly spun out again there. So there's definitely a bit of contact patch there with the grips just weird. We won't be staying too far on the outside if the grip's pulling us into the right hander there. Three, two. Nearly lost it again. So the car's definitely wanting to pull to the side there. Six seconds ahead. So we're not going to be getting the record as well because we're not in the prototypes. Since the prototypes are going to be a lot faster than the GTs. So I'm not sure. Okay. So I'm not 100% sure how the game is going to handle letting us know when we'd need fuel. Because when I've been testing it, I only done, I think it was 2 lap. Well before fuel would ever become any kind of necessity. Because I also wanted to check to see if when it says it's the 24 hours, you could do the 24 hours. So the fuel was set to realistic, which gives you a ton. Whereas this is set to slow. So it's draining, not as quick as it is on the next slowest, which I think was 100 minutes. But it's still slow, draining. That's not good again. think it might have been giving it a bit too much oomph in those turns, actually, and I think that might have been why it was pushing us out. Which would make some sense, honestly. Aye. So you may notice as well at the very top, since I haven't actually explained what the info on the screen is, which is poor form. The timer counter that just popped up, that's common in almost all racing games. The numbers how far ahead or behind you are, with the negative being ahead of the position that's shown next to it. So I was I was 15 seconds ahead of the car behind, in second place. To the left-hand side, top left, first off, there's the lap counter. That's not too important on this one. Hi, it's a bit too slow. Oops. Then underneath that, there's time, and that's what the timer would actually be for the 24 hours. So you might see it's 8:03 minutes, and then the seconds counter is going up quickly. That's because it's the shortened race. You might also notice the lap number time is still in normal seconds. So that's how long it's been in per lap normally. And then the one underneath that is sector times. So how fast I've been going through Sector 1, Sector 2, and Sector 3. And of course, red means it's a slower sector. Green means it's a faster sector compared to best, I think. It doesn't seem like there's another one for normal, like the quickest lap, best sector. But yeah. Then underneath that as well, there's the map. Yeah, I nearly lost it there. And there. And then, what's annoying? God fucking damn it. Readjusting my seat. So then, to the right hand side, there's the position of out of 24. The record lap time, my current best lap time, the condition of the car's tyres, and I think possibly the condition of the car. But I've only seen it of tyres so far. And then underneath that, there's the speedo, including rev counter for shifts if you're in if you have a manual. I don't. The actual RPM, the fuel amount, speed in miles per hour in this particular case, as well as the gear we're in. And again, because we're using an automatic, the gear info is not so important for us. The fuel is the big thing. I would like to try and get a minute ahead of second before we try and pop in for fuel. But I don't want to... I want to be overly cautious, is the thing. So when we get to the second number of the RPM counter, near the middle of the second RPM counter number, when it's in its normal sort of size, so like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that, not 1, because that's shortened due to it being based off a 7-seg display. Yeah. And so we'd be trying to go into the middle of the normal sort of size for that before we go in for fuel. So considering the current fuel consumption, I would guess that would be in 2 laps time, approximately. Because I don't want to be caught out short and not have anything when I'd need it the most. Damn, that Rumple script. Willy nearly screwed us over, huh? A Rumble script. Hmm. Pardon me. "24 seconds ahead already, eh?" Right. Stung. Ow. So I was trying to get some sleep out of my eyes as well because, hey, the hell. Of course, I'm still pretty, like, kind of tired from just waking up. Because it is fairly, well, very early, sorry. So I think end of lap 8, we're going to be going in for fuel. Especially because we are pushing fairly hard. Okay. Yeah, we might have been able to eke out up to 10, but I don't want to risk that at all. I prefer to be a bit overcautious and undercautious and screw up and potentially run out of fuel. Especially because somehow we've reached back of the pack again here, and we are 30 minutes ahead of seconds, so that's plenty of time, I'd say. So 3 seconds ahead. I know I should be able to actually be fine without getting fuel, but I wanted to make sure, because it's definitely got a little bit in the tank. That would be so close to running on fumes. And considering the fact that we've now got traffic ahead of us, I don't think it's going to be too wise to try and overtake here. I think it's better to just hang back a little bit and get into fuel. Oh, he's going in for fuel to pit as well, eh? To soft. Refuel to 100. Let's go for high down. We'll also save. It's nice that you can actually save in between them here. That's actually a neat little feature. So if you were to do this, like the full 24 hours, you could do it over 2 days. And then confirm. Yeah, so the race leader is going to be catching up to us here. Still says 30 seconds though somehow. But yeah, they're now in the lead. They've not they've decided against pitting, so they should be pitting next. So this pit stop's taking us, I think it's total about a minute. Once we get out onto track. We also switched our tyre compound to be the soft, so we should be able to get heat into them as well as the higher downforce. We should be able to go and hit it harder. So yeah, even though we are heavier with more fuel, they still need to pit. We don't. And that's especially key because if it means we can get up to where first is located when they pit in, and then we're going to have a massive advantage. It was about 35-ish minutes into the race we pitted in, so that's another one in about 110. I don't think the ice would be taking up more fuel because we've changed the setup or something. That's a little annoying. It always seems to be that corner in particular. I think that spin might have made it so we are not going to catch up with the race leaders. What on earth is that blue coloured car on the minimap? I don't know. Maybe a lapped car or something? What is that red stuff? Ah! I was distracted because of that. No, 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 no. Bad time to have an itchy nose. So, has the race leader stayed out again? For more fuel? For more racing and less fuel? Looks like you might have. Yeah, so they're all gonna basically start running on fumes. Yeah. It's just taking up way too much of the road for us to overtake there. Fourth. I'm guessing that downforce is also affecting our top speed a little bit, but it seems like it wouldn't affect it this much. Hi. So there at the next turn, actually it's down the right hand side. Yeah, it must be the downforce that's causing us to be slower than this. That's not good. So we'll have to think about lowering our downforce then next pit stop. So it's not worth it to lose a whole minute and a bit. "13 seconds behind third, eh?" Yes, these lights are just showing where there's the turns, I think. "11 seconds behind third." God damn, Rumble Strip. Arse. Yeah, 418 is a fine number, I'd say. It's not that far away, which is a little annoying. But also the race leaders should now be coming up to some traffic as well. Pardon me. I have no clue what caused us to spin there. And it's especially kind of annoying because this was at the start of the high-speed section as well, so we've basically lost time compared to everybody else behind us for this entire section up until the turn. And again, what the heck? I mean, considering it's oversteer, it might be better to go with a softer, harder pair of tires. So that's oversteer then. So I don't know what that would be exactly, but it's annoying me. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're needing to ever go in for fuel. The vile cheaters. Yeah, I definitely think we're gonna change the downforce because I do think that's the big thing slowing us. So I'll change it to a much more loose setup. Sucks to be him. There we go, finally a nice turn on that one. I kind of want to say next pit stop, I'm going to go and grab a towel or something to dry my hands, but the reality is I wouldn't be able to. Arse. That's really annoying. At least we stopped it before we ended up smacking into the wall. And we didn't have to reverse out because that would have been a lot slower. I think this is second and third here. So again, we're on half fuel. Which is not good, but ay ay ay. Basically having to overtake here as I decide. Also, the way the lights are working is they're not. I'm sorry, I'm having to clean out my eye with even more of the sleep I have in it. This isn't even a good point to do that because of course there's this turn immediately afterwards, but my eye was legitimately kind of hurting with the sleep in it, so... Yeah, we're going to have to take over this pack, or overtake this pack, and so we are going to watch them become blue on the minimap most likely. Right. Oh damn, that Sector 1 was actually our fastest Sector 1. Somehow. I don't think this Sector 2 is going to be fastest anymore because we did smack into the back of that other bit of traffic. But keep an eye on the minimap to see if it turns blue, because if it does, that means we know that blue is the lapped traffic. Oi. A minute ahead of second place somehow. Did they have a... Oh, they finally had to stop for fuel. Speaking of, we should be keeping an eye on our fuel now as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised Sector 2s are slow. But getting a good first sector is nice. Yeah, blue traffic is the lapped stuff, it looks like. Right. So I've only had like 5 hours sleep, maybe 6. So that should be plenty for me normally, but for whatever reason I'm just a bit tired now. Car was starting to slide out there, which is annoying. And yeah, those spectator stands being all lit up kind of does not help my eyes. That's just on the first letter. And our pit stop was on 9, so it's potentially on 18. I think is where we want to check for the fuel is 16-ish, so 2 laps time, but don't know if you heard, but the back end again there was spinning out. It's my fault for racing too far on the left hand side there, not going on the inside to the outside on that corner. Yeah, my body's wanting to get to sleep again. It's not good. Bugger. Running OT there is never good because it's such a high speed section for this entire part, so you don't just lose the speed from there, you lose also all of the extra speed you should be carrying through here up to this turn-off. So it's a double whammy, effectively, with not getting that. Yeah, I don't have a towel on me so to dry off my hands, which is not good. One, two, one, 1, 2, 1, eh? So I think we might go in on 16. So it depends on how we are at the end of lap 16, but I think it might be we go in on 16. But if not, most certainly 17. Especially considering we have the lead against the leader, so... a significant lead against the leader, rather. So we should be able to get past them, still have to go in. There's also trying to think of the strategy with pitting when we don't need to for time as well. If the longer we stay out on track, the later our next pit stops will be. And so if I can force out a little bit more from the fuel, then we should be quality. And it's definitely going to be the kind of thing of a lap here, a lap there, considering we're only able to do 7, 8, maybe 9 laps at most. Popping an extra lap for the total number we have is plenty more than you might think. Nearly spun out there. And here's the corner I keep on screwing up. Nearly did again. Nearly did. 1.26 minutes ahead. Nearly lost it. Yeah, my tiredness is definitely affecting how good I'm going. It's not good. And yeah, we're gonna turn in for fuel here. I don't feel confident going out on how much little we have for the next lap. Medium downforce, cute tires. It looks like we might be coming ahead of the pack here. Just barely ahead of the pack. Now we're going to see the difference between medium and high downforce with the softs, which is always nice. We'd started off on, I think it was medium tyres with mid downforce. Pardon me. So this is really our outlap with medium stuff. Or medium. Hey. Medium down and the softs. I used that pit stop time to also grab a drink. So yeah, I can definitely feel that the car's a bit more slidey. Hey. Seconds apparently and still a fair bit behind. Doesn't seem right because there's so many weds ahead as well. That seems more realistic, 36 seconds behind. Or 36 seconds ahead of second, rather. $1:15, so that would be, when we pitted it was about 40 minutes in, so 35? So that seems about correct to me. Yeah, if we'd stayed out, we would have just barely made it back into the pits to refuel, so I'm not too unhappy about not risking it. Yeah, pardon me. So again, this is something where I want to try and get to a minute and a half again ahead of second when we end up pitting. Okay, so medium downforce seems better to me. Like it seems significantly better. Oh, and one of those was in the pits when we had actually passed them. Is that only a single that's ahead now? Looks like there might only be a single ahead, which is good in a lot of ways. The less traffic we have to deal with, the better, and especially considering if we get past this person, then we've got a lot of traffic free racing for a good while. That's not going to help. Jesus. Nearly lost it again. I nearly lost it again. So when second place has to stop for fuel, I wonder how far ahead we're gonna be. So I think we've just started a new day, so that would be a third of the way through. So that's 8 hours in game. Ah, it's time to fall back to sleep. No. Damn it. God damn it. I even tried to wake up an hour earlier. From what I kind of remember, I think I actually woke up. Properly woke up at least half an hour earlier. But ended up waking up for the alarm, which I'd accidentally set for a quarter, well, 3/4 of an hour before instead of an hour before. Not like that doesn't, that would help considering I've been up for at least 2 hours now and it's still tired. Yeah, I'm just knacked. One hour and 6, and they haven't even had to stop for fuel again yet. Not surprised about entering that sand trap, honestly. Considering how many off tracks I've been having later and later on in this. Shit. Yeah, I don't know what on earth is happening with me right now. I'm surprised I somehow made that without hitting anything because I was basically about to fall asleep there. So what the hell happened to our speed? Shit. That's purely because I was falling asleep. God fucking damn it. Bollocks. Ah. Yeah, I'm not surprised our lap time is so awful for this one. I was falling asleep for the entire lap. Aye. That's straight up embarrassing. Again, when I said I was surprised I'd somehow not hit anything earlier, I literally was doing the exact same as I did there, just falling asleep and having micro sleeps. So, aye, muy bien. $47. Oh no. Still catching up with us. Yeah, when I hit that into that gap, I only kind of remember heelish. I don't even remember anything else except when I hit that gap in between the things. So yeah. I think it was there at least. I might... Ay, ay, ay. Pardon me. But yeah, it should be said, don't drive when you're tired. Like, I don't even remember taking that turn. And I ended up smacking into the side here, or somewhere. $52, so we've pushed back, well, pushed ahead a little bit more again. We lost a ton of time from that. Fuel consumption seems fine. Okay, 51. $4.20, nice. And 629, nice. Sorry, it's not 629, it's a 6T9. Hey, nice. Oh, not off. Yeah. Okay, wait. So is the waste leader... I think he's stopping for fuel. He might not have actually, but it looked like he was or something. He wasn't moving fast, at the very least. Okay, so fuel is now something you've got to keep track of for this for next lap. No, he didn't stop for fuel, I don't think. It's honestly a possibility he might have when I was having those micro sleeps and I didn't notice. Which honestly would be the worst result if that was the case. So that means I would have been asleep for 30-ish seconds or something. Oh Christ, how the hell would I have made that turn and still, like, had that micro crash? Fucking, well, had that crash. Bloody hell. Wild. $57 seconds. Getting back to being a minute ahead, which is good. 420 again, nice. There we go. Keeping up. Alright, no, nearly off. Thank God that's paved. $103. Ah! Ah, something stuck in my throat. Ah! So I'm not 100% sure. I think we're probably going to come up into traffic here. But I think we're going to stay out for one more lap as well, at least. Yeah, we're most certainly coming into traffic here. Oh, bloody hell, the beginning of this lap was actually our fastest so far again. Huh. $110. That could have probably been best lap if it wasn't for those two track excursions. Oh, sorry, out of track excursions. And yeah, we're most certainly going to come up into some traffic. Probably going to have to overtake the guy in front of us just here. Of course, we end up going into the sand. It's a full 14 seconds, 15 seconds longer than best. Eesh. 118. Oh, that was super close to hitting the tyre barrier. And the tyre wall. Oh, nearly halfway there. I think we're gonna pit for fuel. I don't think it's worth it to whisk it for this next lap. It's lucky that we're at the back of the massive hunk of traffic as well. Because that means when we pit, hopefully most of these are not going to. So the pit lane should be mostly clear for us. We'll stick with medium and let's confirm the pit. Okay. Yeah, they always stayed on track. I guess I might know why the others are not needing to pit as much, and that's because they're actually using the slipstream to conserve fuel. Pardon me. That was needed. Again, we should be getting out before we get into this traffic, barely. Yep, so that's 40 and it's going to be about a minute when we get out. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's literally a minute inside the pits. So as long as we can keep our pit time to well, as long as we can keep ahead of the front of the pack by a minute, we should be fine. So that's effectively our aim each pit is to get at least a minute ahead. Probably try and stick for around minute and 10, minute 20. Because of course the more time we have, the better we have at surviving. That first one seems to be a little out of whack, but it looks like he actually pitted again, so maybe not so much this time. Yeah. I'm almost certain they have actually pitted. So yeah, we made it just in time. We should be easily at least a minute and a half ahead by the end of our next refueling. So if that fuel gets to the tip of the P in RPM, the little tail of it, then we know for a fact we would not have had enough fuel when we end up crossing the line here again next. That's going to be our indicator for if we'd have been better off or not. So what the hell happened to the guy that we just overtaken? The hell? He was ahead of us, I think. The hell was that, eh? That's an unfortunate place to have that spin out as well, because the game does not like you getting immediately back up to speed there for whatever reason. Yeah, minute 30, even with that spin out, so they had actually stopped to refuel as well. I mean, it makes a total amount of sense considering this is the back stretch. So the fact that we're now... And again, what the hell? I guess it might be new tyres, they're not heated up. And again, the rumble nearly screwed us over. So we lost 10 seconds from that second spin out. There we go. Then our first proper lap after refueling. We very nearly spin out immediately again. And again. Uh, 47 isn't that bad. Even though that's more of a 48 than a 47. So we should eventually start to see the next split between second place and us. Fairly soon, I think. Then the next big turn is the big concern. Okay, a 123 is nice. And we would have just barely had enough fuel if we did decide to have a second lap, but I'm happy we didn't. Or one extra final lap before the refuel. But yeah, the fact that the other people have also refueled on that lap definitely made it worthwhile in the grand scheme. Nearly spun out again. What the heck is up with that corner? Yeah, definitely made it the wise call. Yeah, you're not getting any V-Sync issues. Nor am I, but seeing the V-Rally 4 giving me a clear screen tearing and not on the actual capture was a little concerning. So that's why I double checked. It looked like it might have been, but no, it's just the what do you call it? Bit weight a little bit, and the actual like I can't remember what that older style of pseudo transparency was called. Dithering, I think, possibly. I really can't remember, but that kind of old method of doing transparency by having something there and nothing there just looks a bit like that. The shadows when it was waiting underneath some of the stuff. So then the one spin out that normally happens in by the gravel pit. So far, this has been it's been a nice-ish lap. I know the sides are all in red, but the very best one, I don't know how on earth I got. I'm not sure how in the hell I got a 413.904. So yeah. I'm also starting to actually wake up now as well, which also helps, but still, eyes have sleep in them, so they're being annoying. And I can't really go out and splash my eyes because I only just have enough time to finish this 4 hour of Le Mans, considering my slot is a 4-hour slot and I started just shy of 4 and it's finishing at 8. Next big time to look for is in-game time of 8 AM, because that should be 2/3 of the way through this race, and nearly half an hour through as well. It's probably going to be at 4 AM in-game. Did I overtake some people? Must have. I must have. Hey. Back end started to get a little bit loose near the midpoint of that turn. That was actually a decent looking turn, considering how bad that one can be. Then the next large one is also a pain in the ass. Right. No others. Yes, we want to stay on the left-hander. Cut through here. And then like that. I started to definitely lose it near the midpoint of that, but that's not too bad. And we're again, once again coming up to traffic, so this is going to be a bit more of a difficulty. This is actually one of the saves I'm going to be keeping as well, is the thing, because one of the things I wanted to do on my own end is to do the actual full 24-hour of Le Mans as a charity event for my own channel to raise cash for a charity. I'm not too sure which yet, but I'll probably have. I think I might have a couple of ideas. In fact, it'd probably be somebody like Meals on Wheels, just because that seems fitting for doing a 24-hour of Le Mans stream to have as a charity to support. But it's something I'll have to be looking into to check for the better charities. Speaking of, actually, as soon as we get to the next the back straight again, I will start to. I'll actually pause and get that done, because we do have a little time for small pauses, micro bits like that, so it shouldn't be too awful. And because it'd be right near the very end of the 24 hours, I'm sure EDF hopefully won't mind too much. I will ask him when he gets here though, because it's polite to make sure that's going to be the case. Got the Yep, that was on the. Yeah, they have off-tracked, so we got kind of lucky there. 4:16. That's again a really quick time for us for some reason. And our fuel consumption so far has been solid, I want to say. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that Viper was blocking the road, because that is definitely one of the turns where you've got to take it. Basically taking the entire track to have a good line. So, whoa, nearly spun out there. 140 ahead, which is, again, absolutely solid. Just got to be careful here, because this is the gravel. Yeah, and then there's another turn which you've got to remember. There we go, and that's onto the back straight. And let's curve back around this corner, and then it's a dead straight. So next I'm going to do this. But yeah, speaking of charities, this is actually a charity event. We are raising money for Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF. The link for that has now been posted in the chat. Every little helps, and even if you can't help financially, you can always help by sharing the word. Want to find out what's happening next? Well, the schedule has also just been posted. But yeah, because I'm wanting to do this as a charity event, and there are unlockables. It would be nice to have one of the unlockable cars or something to use to go through it. Especially because a full 24-hour, that's going to take a lot out of basically anybody. And I would be doing that, or trying to do it as a single stream, so yeah. It's a little bit annoying having traffic come up at this particular turn. Yeah, we overtook them, good, so we have the full track width to ourselves. Yep. I am kind of curious about how many blues we're going to be making. So how many people are going to be overlapping for the entire, like at the ends of the full race, because we are now at the halfway point. We've passed the halfway point at 4 a.m. because I believe the race started at 4 p.m. So it's a full 12 hours of the 24. Especially because the game time speeding up for the actual like day count. So that means, since it says 4, well, 4:25, so it's 25 minutes after the halfway point. Now it's 26, and it's just basically second count is sped up to make it a bit nicer. I am kind of curious about how they would do for the other shorter laps, because there are like 5-minute or something, like 30-minute laps, and then this is the second longest, and that has the slow tire wear and slow fuel consumption. And then there's another one that's third longest, and that's got fast tire wear and fast consumption. I can't remember what that one was. It's in the options settings somewhere. And it's the same sort of thing. There's also the Petit Le Mans, which has there as that longest 10 minutes, 10 hours, sorry. And then the other one is like 100 minute. A 4:14. Bloody hell. Again, one of our fastest laps. Okay. Fuel consumption so far has been incredible, I have got to say. It feels like we've been doing like a lot more on this particular set of tires and fuel and everything. That's not good. But I think that might just be a bit psychological as well. I don't think that's fully the case. I think we ended up stopping, like we've been having to have pit stops every 2-ish hour, 2.5-ish hour, I think. So having the like halfway now, and it would be about 3/4 of an hour since our last pit, maybe close to that hour-ish mark. Sounds about correct for the race pace we've been going at. Basically 90% race pace. And again, most of that is being driven purely by me wanting to overlap people in a lot of ways, to see how much blue we can have, as well as to see how long we can keep first place behind us. Like the number of how far behind second place is compared to us is so much a driving factor for me. Like nearly 2 minutes ahead is insane, considering that means they're basically half a lap away. Yeah, we are barely ahead. And then there's this guy who we're going to be forced to slow down for this corner. There we go. Oh, you dickhead. I guess it should also be said, I am actually doing this on basically the easiest stuff. The only reason is because I don't actually drive normally, so I was wanting to have traction control and all of most of the driver aids available, but it only has 2 settings: off. It has 3 technically if you include off, but it's off, and then the other 2 I was not 100% sure of. But I know normally there's like TCS, and then there's like another one that's fairly common in racing games, so I just went with that. and the easy cars purely because it's something where, since it's a 4-hour enduro, I'm not wanting to do it on normal. There's only two settings for that one, and it is literally just easy or normal. So in a lot of ways, I can consider that as well a normal and hard. If there's only two difficulties, and I don't know if they have an unlockable hard difficulty, and as such, it doesn't bother me as much. Is the key thing. But yeah, because it is on that, I am actually getting forcefully slowed down on corners, and that's what makes some of these spin outs so awful on some of these corners, is because when you spin, you cannot get back up to speed because the game is not letting you get back up to speed with these driver aids on. It's also what I know I'm definitely never going to be getting that. Oh, goddamn, new best lap. Nice. But yeah, it's also the reason I know that we're not going to be getting that the record time unless we end up getting it right near the end. That's not good. We're almost certainly not getting a new best lap now from this one. I was not even paying attention to our sector times, so I'm surprised we actually got a best lap. Back end there nearly kicked out. That's purely my fault. God damn it. And that one again is my fault for trying to look backwards. A 2:08. Yeah, I was not looking at sector times. I was looking at the difference between me and second. So I didn't notice that the sector times were as good as they were. Still surprised that was a best lap, and by a couple of seconds as well. So that's a very good best lap. Okay. 2:13 in real time so far, or approximately at the very least. And then be careful here. There we go. So I was purposefully letting off the accelerator there to make sure we did not spin out, because I do not like that that particular turn. Oh, I should also probably state I am actually playing this in 60 FPS. The game has an option to allow you to go with NTSC or PAL, and so I did go with NTSC. And that also meant I had to change my capture cards, not the capture card, but the actual inputs cropping, in order to be able to have it full screen like this and not have black bars or anything like that. Since the differences between NTSC and PAL are more than just frame rates, it's also screen size. Partially to do with color, from what I remember. So NTSC, the TVs, the actual resolution's a little bit more stout, I think. Whereas PAL is slower but larger. I think that was the correct way it's done. I shouldn't be stretching on this section. I shouldn't be stretching the back straight, because this section's the curviest bit. So if I'm gonna have a catastrophic failure, it's gonna be here. So I should be careful about that. Okay, gonna have to keep an eye on fuel for the next lap. Oh, nearly kicked it out there. This guy is a concern. Now that was a hell of a move. Even if it was just to lap him. Oh goddamn, that would have also been another best lap. Holy hell. Even with a lot of what I would consider quite catastrophic problems with that lap. Yeah, not fond of that. That was me screwing up a fair bit. Oops. But yeah, I guess it just kind of goes to show that when you've got a goal in mind, you can get incredibly quick, even without realizing it. So here, I'm not wanting to stay behind this guy, but I know this next turn is a pain. I'm not shocked at all there. At least we pushed him far into the side. And we were able to recover relatively quick. I know that says it's slower than the previous sector, the previous laps, sector 1, but not by much. Okay. I think we might be able to get into a lap 32 and pull it off from there. Hey! We very nearly ended up kicking it out there. That was the back end was very much wanting to end up sliding away, and with that recovery, I very nearly ended up smacking into the tyre wall. You might be noticing I've always been doing this so far in effectively first person. Most racing games, I would actually be playing in third person from mid distance. But with this, the car physics is not very nice to play in anything but first. If it had an option to be inside the cockpit, I don't think it would have been inside the cockpit either. It would be bumper cam. Because I could bonnet cam, but that's losing way too much from the periphery to be worthwhile, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, so we are going to be able to make a make lap 32, but after that we are going to have to pit. I'm almost certain that after we're going to have to pit on 32 because the amount of fuel we'd have on lap 33 if we try to keep on going without pitting for fuel is going to be quite drastic. That also means, of course, the next lap is the big one for us. That would be the lap where we want to go for the next best lap time, because we won't have that chance for another 4 laps. And by that point, we might actually be within. I'm almost certain we would have the same amount of traffic we have that we just passed. Also, the sun is actually coming up in game now, which is also pretty good. Am I gonna go for that 32? Scheiße. Yeah, we are. We are gonna go for 32. It'll be a bit tight, but that's gonna be fine. We've been able to pace ourselves relatively well, I want to say. But of course, that's been helped a lot by getting into the slipstream of the other cars to help cover our fuel consumption. And yeah, that's just outside of that second number that we've been using in 420 again. Nice. I do like how we have been fairly consistent with getting 420s in the laps. So I know our bests have been 416s and 413s. But 420s consistently is a nice, a pretty solid number to hit, I'd say. I know that's 30 seconds off record, but the record's been probably set by prototypes. So even then, considering we are in GTs instead of prototypes, that's also, again, absolutely beautiful. Alright. Well, we're not getting best lap. There you go. But we are actually getting to see more of the track again now. So that's not too awful, if anything. That's actually pretty good. Because the night section of this race has been not nice at all, the night section. It's a bit too low vision-wise. Also doesn't help that because this is such an early PS2 game. You don't have wheel support, you don't even have analog support, and you don't really have the computing power or the optimization to add dynamic lighting, or even like a basic pseudo lighting with a texture. It could have been done. I know it was done in PS1 titles, but it doesn't look like that was the main focus. I mean, saying that, the main focus for this is quite clearly a single map. There was meant to be other maps, and there was a championship and stuff, but it's quite clearly made that the main point of this is the namesake, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But yeah, I'm actually much more awake now than I was beginning, like midway through where we are now, during the night section. So that's nice. I've actually woken up in real life, so still a little bit sleep in my eyes, but that's more just from waking up kind of thing and not being able to fully clear them because I didn't have enough time. Even though I had woke up quarter of an hour beforehand. Well, 3/4 of an hour beforehand, sorry. Oh, that's actually a quick sector second sector, so that's pretty good. We're not getting best lap, I doubt. I'm a little bit disappointed that we're not going to be able to get more overlaps here for a good while until everybody else pits. But the fact we're now on the same section of track, or the same half of the track as second place, goes to show how insanely quick we are going through this. I'd be surprised if we don't get very close to lapping second place if we can keep up this very solid race pace. 3:09 is again another quick third sector. And we could probably risk it with another outlap, but I don't want to. I want to be extra cautious. I want to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. Especially when spending a little bit longer, we are probably going to get into the gap between, if you see the two blue dots just behind us, we're probably going to get in between that gap between those two and a single behind them. So we'll have a couple of people to re-lap, which is not the best, but that's still better than nothing. And if anything, doing that means we're going to have a little bit extra fuel, not consumption, but preservation, I guess. If we can stick into their slipstream a little bit. So that is mediums. Yeah, we'll keep the same setup. We're just going to be changing for the fuel primarily. And I'm going to stretch because we have about a minute. So unless one of those is pitting, one of them looks like he might have pitted. He's going slow enough, he could have been. But I know there is that chicane, so it can never be 100%. No, I think he pitted. Pardon me. No, he didn't. There he is ahead of us. So now we're all loaded up, full fuel, fresh tyres. I know we effectively sacrificed what could have been a decent lap time, but we needed the fuel. So I don't feel bad about that in the slightest. It's something where making sure we're fueled up and don't end up not necessarily crashing out, but running out of go juice is more important than solid lap times. It's the overall waste, not the individual laps that we care for. Especially because we're not doing a time trial for the best time. So I would be complaining, but at the same time, that's not the worst thing that could happen. Especially because this is outlap. But if anything, now we can actually kind of see how major messing that up is. Because if you can notice, the red in front of us is getting further and further ahead. That is how major the loss of time is from there. So he's now just hit the turn. As you can see by how quickly we can catch up. But once you end up hitting this turn, you can basically start again as if you had not overran into the gravel trap there. But yeah, it's one of the more annoying parts of the map to have a excursion out of, because of that gravel trap being so major. The little bit after that where it's paved over, that's fine. Actually, that's like a solid bit to, not necessarily solid, but it's fine enough to over exert into. Hey! Nearly thought we were a little bit further ahead than we were, so I nearly... Scheiße. I mean, we recovered. We didn't spin out completely, but I would not be happy about that. But again, because it's the outlap, the lap times are not going to be good anyway. It's more... I want to get ahead of these two, the two people ahead of us right now. Since getting ahead of them is going to be key. Because if we don't get ahead of those before the next major lap, that would be when... Ooh. Hey. God damn it. But yeah, that means we're going to have traffic on our next possible quick lap. Also, it says we had a 146 ahead. We don't anymore because of that spin. It's probably going to be a 140 for the next split between us and second. Possibly 138. But at the same time, that is still basically... We could pit again and we would still have plenty of time extra between us and second. And basically at 2 hours and 30-ish wheel time. But yeah, the tyre wear for this seems a bit out of whack, considering that we're on softs and we've not actually seen any kind of tyre degradation. A 144. Huh. Did he have a slow lap then or something? Because I would have been certain that we would have had a 140 or a 138 now. Yeah, a lap time of 5:24 there is expected. Unfortunately, we were not going to get a good lap. Oh yeah, the guy at the... Huh. The one that was just ahead of us pitted. Nice. That's a solid bit of luck. So we only have one in a major spot to be concerned about, but by the time we get to them, we're likely to be at the, I would say, second major turn-in on the back straight. 141.996. So yeah, we lost a little bit of time, 3 seconds. Didn't turn in early enough. Squarely on me for that. Yeah, that was squarely on me. I did not turn in early enough. Yeah, so by the time we get to this guy, it's either going to be second turn in or that major, basically, U-turn. Or the hairpin, sorry, not the UE. That looks like hairpin, considering how slow he's progressing there. So probably going to be the hairpin then. That we'd be meeting up with him. Yeah. So I am actually having to let off the gas though. I think that's been the problem. We've been putting a bit too much oomph into that corner. And that's been screwing us over quite drastically. Which makes sense, considering that's normally how you end up having a ton of oversteer. You do give a bit too much at a turn. A 225, I don't remember if that's good or not. I don't think it is, and 145 is the big, the one that matters more to me than the lap time. Yes, the next big time that matters in this is 8 hour. And then midday. Because midday means we're basically, well, 8 hour, because that is 2/3 of the way through. And then midday means we've got 4 hour left. So, yeah. Pit straight. I think the guy ahead of us has actually pitted, so it's a... Well, it's a place to actually overtake nicely. So a shame that it's taking over at the pits. I think he might actually be coming out, so we've got to be careful. God damn, that was a quick lap time as well. Huh. I think that might be him ahead of us. Yeah, I think that's actually him ahead. So I don't think I don't think we actually got ahead of him in the pit itself. Yes, he's likely wanting to take the outside line. So we'll take that quick to the overtake, and then he's still on our side and just smacks us around. What an arse. That is annoying because I was kind of hoping to get a good lap time for this one if we're getting the 4th 15s now. Uh, 44, so we might go for that, in fact. It seems like the later on in this you get, the faster you're allowed to go or something. I mean, this isn't RS3 where it does have an XP system for becoming a better driver or something. Oh, nearly lost it. That might cost us the next best lap, unfortunately. However, getting to drive in this guy's... I was going to say getting to drive in this guy's slipstream would have helped. Smacking into the back of him wouldn't. And the worst thing is I know that was completely my fault. I didn't pull out in time. So there I'd actually forced a little bit of backspin. Well, I forced the tail to kick out a little bit because if I didn't, then I know for a fact I would have ended up smacking into the gravel pit basically. So a little bit of a spin if you know it's coming up and you can control it is better than nothing. 21, 21. We might be going for a new best lap then if that's a 2:21. So I'm hoping we can get a 4:10 or a 4:09. But anything green is better than nothing green. This guy here is actually concerned because this is a fairly complex set of corners. That gravel pit's not good, but thankfully it's right next to this turn, so it's not the end. I'm going to hope this is fine. Barely. Barely. I don't think we'll get a 4:09 or a 4:10 now. I mean, we can hope, but I somehow doubt it. But for this, I am going to be pushing at a full 100%. Nearly had the back end kick out. Yeah, no. 4:13, 4:79. So barely a new fast lap. But that's fine considering the 2 spins we had and everything. Especially considering that final sector was not the best. Don't know what the hell happened there. We're very nearly getting to the 2/3 of the way. Yeah, I'm not surprised about those, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm not surprised it's a slow sector as well. There's tons of off tracks there. So I think there's only 6 cars we have not lapped. So it'd be pretty nice if we could do that. Tried to turn in a little too early there for this corner. Because I was fine with the car doing this, drifting out a little bit, because it means we can push into the corner a bit better. Hey. Bye. I was busy looking at the minimap and not the actual track there. But yeah, not having the indicators saying, hey, there's a corner here is so nice. Because that was very distracting. It's not a nice thing to have. But yeah, by the next lap, we should have 2/3 of the way through. And there's a 2/3. There's a bump in the track back there somewhere. Is that going to be 420? Yeah, another 420. I do like how I am very consistent in the lap times of getting 420s. And those are also when I'm like, I would consider those laps not the best. But I know I'm always getting them. So I guess all of my laps are not the best. I don't think I own any NASCAR games. The reason I thought about that is because I know the Le Mans 24 Hours and the Daytona 500 are two of 3 massive trophies which very, very, very few drivers were able to have been able to get all 3 of them together. I don't think it was the Aleman TT as the 3rd one. I can't really remember the 3rd one off the top of my head, but I know it's definitely the Le Mans 24 Hour and Daytona 500. So I would quite like to hopefully have a NASCAR game in the boxes and stuff. I don't think I would. It's not really a big sport in the UK. There are people who follow it in the same way that there's people who follow baseball, which is even smaller of a sport, to be honest. But I do kind of hope I would have a NASCAR title in the box. It would stop me from having to go out of my way to buy a NASCAR title, especially because if I would be buying something that's just for Daytona, it would probably end up being Daytona USA. And that's not really the same as going with a sim for that. Did we overtake somebody? Whoa! The hell was that? I'd let off the gas completely there for that spin. What? Well, I mean, I'm not going to complain. It was a perfect 360, but that's not good. It's a bit of a yike, in fact. 643. And that's about correct, because this would be 2/3 of the way through the stream as well. And we're 2/3 of the way through the race. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. So what the hell happened to the other one? Okay, so fuel is fine. We're going to have to think about looking at that at lap 39, I think. But it's probably going to be a pitting in at 40 or 41. I'm not 100% so far. I think second and third have pitted. Hey, nearly spun out there. Yeah, I'm certain second and third had pitted there. We're not going to get them before the next pit stop. Definitely not going to get them. And then get enough space to keep them lapped is the big thing. But I think after the next pit, we should be able to take them. Hopefully. Depends on when they pit as well. But their next pit is definitely going to be what gives us their space. And I'm just hoping that is within... Well... within the next 8 in-game hours. Well, 7 in-game hours now, really, but... Considering our laps are 4:13s and they're now in the 3-minute mark. In fact, that was like a 3:15, I think it said, or something. We should be able to grab them, I would hope. So start turning by Bridgestone, a little bit after Bridgestone, in fact. So I was turning in too quick. I was trying to find the better time to go for that. Bit late to do that now, of all things, but it's better to find out sooner, or at least nowish, than later. Or rather, it's better to find it out later rather than never as well. 3, 2, 1. Is the guy we're chasing up now one of the other people who we have yet to lap? I think it is. Because I can see a slither of red, so I think it is. Okay. Slide over to the left. Yeah, considering second place is a 3:32, we should be able to barely lap second by the end of the full 24 hour. And yeah, the tyre wear is interesting because we're not having to deal with it. There's a Viper. Yeah, I'm very happy with that turn. Holy hell. I'm not surprised that's a fastest lap. 3:33.896. I am a little annoyed that this fast lap's going to be probably decided based on what these drivers do. Because these two are battling quite heavily as well. This guy spinning around like that's a pain in the neck. Over, or under, I guess, really. I'm happy with that. That could have became a lot worse than it did. Holy hell. Yeah, not surprised about that being a fastest sector as well. Well, a fast sector as well compared to best. But I am a little annoyed that we did get air from the Wumble patch there. And that Wumble patch jostled us about a bit too much. That might have cost us the fast lap. That could also cost us the fast lap. It probably has now. God damn it. And now, of course, he pits off. Dick. Well, if that didn't, that would have. That could have potentially been a sub 13, probably a 412, or sorry, a 411ish, nearing 412. A high 411, that's it. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on our fuel. I think we'll be fine for this lap. I'll need to check it by the end of this lap though. Because if it's not, like, there's a chance that we might be blowing through it a little bit too quick to stay out on the lap 40. But lap 39 seems fine, I want to say. Good. A 220 again. And fuel seems fine so far. I cannot be 100%, so I'm not going to overly whisk it and make a decision yet, but I don't think we're going to have to pit this lap. I think it'll probably be 40. We should be encountering a bit more traffic soon. 304. Okay. So I want to try and get this lap done nicely. I am kind of hoping the guy ahead of us will pit off, or we don't encounter him during a turn or something similar. Hey! That might have cost us it. Don't know what on earth happened there. Something didn't. I think it might be that far side, the middle-ish section of that turn having no grip at all. But the rest of that, yeah. I don't like going so close to that rumble strip because it launches you off into the air a little bit. He has not pitted, I don't think. He might have. He might have, actually. Shit. That's going to cost us it. No, I don't think... 1, 2... No, it hasn't. Good. Hi, nice. And yeah. So, I think potentially it's going to be pitting this lap. So I'll check again near the end. He hadn't pitted, he was just a bit too far ahead for us to encounter during the lap. Good. Because if we'd encountered him during any of those turns near the end, we could have quite easily lost the fast lap. I'm fairly sure I know what happened there. In fact, it's as soon as that spin engaged, because I purposefully let off the gas, the car just immediately started to careen around. And then, especially considering when I immediately put back on the gas, and turned out near the end of that first spin, the spin, it equalized. So a little annoying that it happened, especially because we were about to take this guy on this corner here. And yeah, that was from the rumble strip. Hitting that lost us our grip. But yeah, so we're definitely going to have a couple of people unlap themselves. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that. We did not take that corner sharp enough. Or rather, took it too sharp. Didn't swing out to the left hand enough on that second section. Okay. Fuel-wise, I think... I'm fairly sure we would be able to make it out next lap and get back. I'm curious about if it'll be a good call or not, though, because we pitted before around 8. I think it was just before 8. Because I don't want to have to pit before the 4 o'clock-ish is the thing. But if I'm gonna have to pit no matter what I do. So I think it'll be better to do 2 short pits. Oh, nearly kicked it out there. Having another look at that, I'm not going to whisk it. I am just going to go. I know that isn't really whisking it. It should make a second. But I don't. Yeah, I should make the 41st lap as well. But I just want to... Yeah, you can actually change how much fuel it takes as well. I just want to be able to confirm it. I already know we're going to be losing time. Hey, EDF. Okay, let's... Yeah, there's one person who's unlapped themselves. Yeah, because we were already going to have to end up having that extra. That's the second who have unlocked himself. It's weird losing the traction there. Yeah, it's been going okay. I had a couple of micro sleeps while in the waste during the actual night section of it, fittingly, and crashed somehow and lost a ton of time. Well, I say that I lost like 20 seconds, I think, from just completely falling asleep for 20, 30 seconds-ish without realizing it. Or I might have been awake, or rather, I might have been present but not awake. For that, but I don't remember some of that up to the point where the crash actually hit. So I'm just going to presume that was more because first time I've actually had that particular kick out. But yeah, so that was fun to find out about. But everything else has been going fine, I'd say. So we've now got 6 in-game hours left. So most likely we're going to have to take a third extra stop. But if we do, it's going to be something where, since I can reduce how much fuel intake we get, if there's like if I can estimate about 3 laps, then it should hopefully be a-okay. In fact, what I'm gonna do at the beginning of next lap 42, check the in-game time, and then in the lap 44, check the in-game time again. The one that's listed as just time, not lap time, because that will give us an estimate of how long how many laps it's going to be about. And the reason I say that is because I know 3 lap would be giving us 50% extra fuel, and we would be able to cover it to the end. So that would reduce our pit time a little bit. 3:57 to seconds somehow. No, he hasn't pitted, so it's just weird saying that. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to read that until I get into the back straight. Because that's the only point where you can really get away with not looking much. It's one of the things, like when I sometimes play Euro Truck Sim and I end up using my phone for some reason, I almost always crash. And at least it's in a very, very safe sort of environment of it being a virtual world, but it kind of goes to show the dangers of being a distracted driver. So yeah, even though we have a good 2 minutes ahead of second, I'd much prefer to not have that as well. Okay, so let's see. So if there's quite short moments from my stream, that's why. I wake up multiple times, no idea why. Sometimes that just happens, I find. Hey. The best things about that is honestly getting to back to sleep instead of being stuck permanently awake for a good long while after each one. God damn it, just onto the outside. At least we didn't end up going into that gravel trap. But yeah, right at the beginning of my stream, I was also fairly quiet because I was absolutely knacked. Oh, I forgot to check what the in-game time was at 4:20. So yeah, 42. At 42, sorry. Oops. Oh well, we should be fine anyway because that was not. I can do it from 43 to 46. And this is purely just preparing basically for the final pit stop. Because we're going to have at least one more, probably two, before the very final pit stop. Yeah, definitely at least one, probably two. And so it'd be nice to actually know what we're going to have for that last pit stop, if it's going to be a half or what. And we won't know until we actually calculate the length of each race, each lap. If this wasn't shortened to 4 hour, but the full 24-hour, well, I mean, our best lap time kind of gives it away, and we can tell from each of our other previous lap times, which would be 4:20s. So it would be if our fuel is reduced, because we're able to go roughly by lap count, the fuel at least. It's kind of why I'm wanting to do estimate of how long it takes for each lap, rather than how long it is for the fuel how bad the fuel consumption is. Because if we do it for time per lap, then I can keep it focused on laps rather than having to focus on something else. So it simplifies the math I have to end up doing in my head. So this is not going to be the best. I think it is working out to be about 9 laps being 2 hour. But I'd much rather know exactly than to play chicken with it. And picking up a little too fuel and having to redo it again and again at the very end. So we have 10:46:20. In fact, I'm just gonna do that. 10:46, not 40, 46:20, like 20. I shouldn't have paused there. I spun up because I paused at a bad position. That was squarely my fault. And we got back on track in a bad place, but at least he didn't ram us. Because the AI in this is, it's not unforgiving, it just doesn't like you. I shouldn't have read that there. So there's this turn, and there's a third minor turn. Three times this year, and they were all 2 hour. So I guess the lack of 4 hour plus streams is why I'm extra tired. Yep. In the past, I did a lot of 8 hours fine as well, up to 17. Guess it's because Scheiße. And then this one's a straightaway. Did quite a lot of, I guess it's because I've been out of practice. Yeah. I mean, I guess that could be it. For me, it's less tiring because quite often I don't actually focus too much on it being a stream. I focus on more the gameplay, and just the chat interaction is two separate things. And I'm kind of lucky in the fact that I am normally fairly introverted, but chatting with other people without getting to see them, everything makes me a bit more fine with talking with others, so it isn't as emotionally draining, I think would be the best way to put it. Let me think. So 46 or... Yeah, 46 would be 3-lap. 47 would be a 4-lapper. So I think it would probably be wise to check for 47 instead of 46. Because 47's a half-ish compared to what I would normally be doing. So it's that's about half fuel, I would say. And considering I never go in completely with... what's it? Yeah, I never go in with a completely empty gas tank. It's always about 10%. So that should also give me that kind of estimate. And I know, like, bad laps can influence how long the timer is going to be going, but that's kind of also why it's important to do it based on time per lap, because the bad laps you have are going to sometimes happen, and having a 1 or 2 during that's going to be a reasonable balance, I would say. It's not going to be the best if you have it as only that, of course. If you have all of your laps being horrible and none of them being the average kind of times you've been pulling without any accidents, or incidents rather than accidents. So yeah. That's no longer going to be the same time as I would normally be having, but I had a... But not by much. Yeah, 2 seconds behind, well, closer to 3 seconds behind what I would normally be hitting. Is not substantial. That's like 5 or 6 seconds or something. So I should be focusing on getting 40 on 47 to see what the correct time is. I tried to look at chat. Shouldn't have done that there. It's always that corner that I'm having the most problems with. Always. Three 26,506. There we go. At least I'm getting fairly consistent with that turn now. Yeah. I do hope those micro pauses haven't pushed the timer far back enough where I'm going to no longer be able to actually do this entire race in the stream, because it should be fit. It should fit in, is the thing, because it is 24 hour. Oh well, it started at 6 p.m. in game time, so it should barely fit. 4 p.m. Not 6 but 4 p.m. So again, it should fit barely, I hope. $333.144. Now that was a beautiful final chicane there. Holy hell. Not surprised that's a 417. Not surprised in the slightest. That chicane was beautifully done. No, he'd be wanting the outside lane. So I was basically wasting a fair amount of speed by staying on the gas there. Staying on the grass, not the gas. That's better. A 46-second being the fast lap, and that's actually incredibly important because all of the other ones that have had fastest lap has been that not being in the green. It's always been in red, so that's very important. That means we're actually going very quick compared to normal. Okay, so if that's the case, I'm going to go for a fast lap here. Nicely done. So we will definitely have to deal with at least 2 more bits of traffic. Here, reduce off, reduce back. Didn't give enough turn-in, but I gave away enough speed, so I should have been able to do that a lot nicer. Now this hairpin here is important not to screw up. We're losing out there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's actually... I know that says it's slower, but the other fastest are in 220s, so it's not that slower. I think the fastest was a 225. So again, it's not significantly slower. And if I'm correct, the fast lap we had, we ended up screwing up somewhere along here. So, yeah, here's some of the traffic in a really unfavorable position as well, because this turn's nasty. It's very nasty. Good. Good, good, good. We might have actually knocked him to the side, and that might have possibly helped a little bit, in fact. That's a fine turn. Not surprised that's in red, because the previous two major sector checkpoints were solid in that. In the previous fast lap. But the final section here between in the third sector was not the best. Although, would that possibly be fourth sector now that I think about it? I don't know. But the last point before the start-finish line was not good. We had a fluff somewhere around here. No, that was too heavy on that turn. Okay, now we're going to get this one smoothly. Relatively, that should be fast lap. Yep, new fast lap. It's a shame it's not sub 10, sub 410, but oh well. And then next lap is when we check the actual in-game time for fuel consumption. It's 3:23, and we've got 4 in-game hours left. I think we should be fine. Nice, solid turn in. And a solid turn in. Another fastest here. Wow. I mean, I guess that makes sense considering our fuel is lower, so our weight has been reduced from that. Nice, that is a good turn there, considering how awful that one can go. So this could potentially be a new best lap as well. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cross the line, or when I'm on that straightaway to cross the line, I'm going to actually make sure I'm angled for it nicely and then not bother with anything much more. Good. It's a good turn. And new fast sector. So as long as the weather doesn't turn, we should be getting new fast lap. At least I hope we can get a new flap here. God damn, that felt so quick along that side there. And that felt super bloody good. Fucking hell. So we are going to encounter traffic here, which is not the best. And that's not the best turn either, so we've lost a fair bit. Well, it says we're quicker, but we lost speed. We're not getting as much speed out of that corner. And when you're starting to basically peak like this, all of the little things add up very, very quickly. That's probably screwed us. Yeah, that screwed us for the flap. No way are we gonna get a flap with a mistake like that. Yeah, that was way too significant. We're not getting it anymore. We might have if we didn't spin out there, but so that's a 2:29.04 I'd seen. 12, 29, 29.04. So that is hour and a half-ish for full lap. The other reason as well we were doing that now is because we have enough fuel where we don't have to focus on fuel consumption, making sure we don't end up running out. And because that's the case, it helps a little bit. So since it's basically an hour and a half-ish, I'll say an hour 20 to be safe. So we've got we've got 3.5 hours left. It's hour and a half-ish for each half lap. Hour and a half. So that'll be 3 hour. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to do. I have an idea what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and stay off a little bit. Still try and stay competitive at least, but I'm not going to push anymore. I want to try and save the fuel that we have. I want to see if we can hit 1 PM in game. Because if we can hit 1 PM, then what that means is we can only need one final fuel up, hopefully. We'll have to, of course, pace ourselves a little bit, and it'll be kind of tight at that point. However, the fuel we have right now, considering where we are at, I think we should be able to do it. We're definitely going to be going through the next sector. Sorry, not next sector. The next. Oh, somebody entered off. Oh, second place entered off. Sucks to be second place. Of course, we still need to refuel, and they, I think, still need to refuel fairly soon as well. But I'm wanting to push the fuel consumption we have a little bit further. If we can hit what would it be? Yeah, if we can have the time we end up refueling to be 1:20 PM, so 13:20. Then we'll be we should only need one full refueling, and as long as we don't over push, we should be done at that point. So in order to do that, we're going to have to stay out for lap 48. We have the fuel to do that. But I think we might possibly have to stay out a lap after as well, and if we do, I don't want to have to do that. Depending on fuel. But I don't think I would trust staying out on that extra little bit. So lap 48, yeah, we have plenty for lap 48. So nearing the end of 48, I need to check, because 49 is going to be the decider if we're going to be able to do a full thing without any worries. Because we could still potentially get it done with this lap. So we should hit, I think, 1:10 p.m. That's 3:30. Yeah, 3:32. Okay. I shouldn't have checked. Nearly got clunked, so that would have been awful. I think we're going to try and stay in this slip. Or at least we were a little bit. But those LMP cars are not going to be worth it to stick behind, I don't think, for ours. Considering ours is a Grand Tourer. Yeah, 3:02. Fuel-wise, not sure so far is the thing. Not sure. So there's actually 310, more or less. So I think refueling here is going to be fine. In fact, because we're going to have to refuel. That's the thing, we have got to refuel at some point before the end. We don't have a choice in that matter. Yeah, 314. 315. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to refuel here. We do technically just have enough for another lap here, but I want to be able to not stress. Yet there's 320, as was expected. Confirm everything else. This is our last pit stop. Hopefully. And second place, I'm not surprised, was able to actually get out. I am a little bit shocked about third being able to continue on. But second and third are gonna have to stop before the end. I'm gonna say. I'd be surprised if they didn't have to stop for fuel. And we are set to the end of the race. As long as we don't over push, we should be able to make this fuel last. As long as I did my math correctly, at least. If I didn't, we'd have to be taking another, like 40%. But I mean, that seems about correct, considering that last time we'd stopped, it was at 10-ish. I think it was a little bit before 10 or something, so... You arse. That is a huge grouping by the hairpin. Dodge again. To be fair, it's about the same for an average Dodge driver anyway, so it's pretty accurate. I really hope I don't come short a lap. Because even though we can win it, hey, even if we do, it'd be nice to win it after having lapped everyone and kept them lapped during the end. Oh damn, nice. There. That should have we set it up. It did. Good, 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 good. Oh, there we go. Number 1 has stopped for fuel, and I think number 2 stopped for fuel as well. Ah! Crap. So we should have 2 in-game hours left, nearly. Hey EDF, I hope you don't mind that if it is a little bit over the full hour of my slot, that we can get to the very end, because it's going to be right on that border. It should be just before, but just in case it is a little bit over the 4-hour slot I have. I hope you don't mind if it's if we let everybody actually get to see the very end of the race and the podium and everything. I did ask the previous I did let the previous streamer know I was basically ready a little bit early, and he did let me on a couple of like 2 minute, 3 minute before my slot, about the same as normal basically when people are changing over. So it should be fine, because the race is exactly, well, it's going to be about 4 hour. And then it's getting to the final, at the very end, I think. So if it's anything, it would be getting to that very last checkpoint, the last crossing of the start-finish. Because, of course, you need the white flag as well as the checkered. One lap seconds. I like how they actually say it straight up as a lap difference instead of like the actual time now. Oh, I should have thought about that when it came to the fuel consumption. Oh no. I might have to pit again for fuel. I didn't think about that. Crap. I did not think about how it's going to be finished off. Oh, wow. Definitely going to have to lower the race pace I'm going at then, if that's the case. At least the PS2 buttons are pressure sensitive, but I don't know if it's even using that as part of the thing, so... No, I don't think it is. Okay. So it would be just having to refuel if it's, Aye. Right. If it'd be coming up short. That's not good. I mean, an hour and a half was basically half fuel, and considering we're now at an hour and a half-ish, well, left, nearly, in-game. Oh, I don't... Again, we should have enough time, I think, to get to the very end of this and stream. Hi. Yeah, because 300 minutes is 5 hours, so 240 would be 4 hours, so it should be exactly enough. Hi. It's probably going to be those micro pauses that make it too long as well. Hmm. Oh, plus also actually getting into the race and setting it up. Although it was mostly set up beforehand, so it shouldn't be the case. Hmm. I mean, it was even started on the hot lap to the stream, so again, it shouldn't be. EDF, you there? Damn it. Bugger. Also, EDF. The game's not WEC Le Mans, it's Le Mans 24 Hour. It's just called Le Mans 24 Hour. Ah, okay. And also, this race should end hopefully just before my slot finishes, but if it doesn't, it would only be like 5 minutes at most, 6 minutes. So do you mind if I finish off and get onto the podium or whatever for the stream? Um, or would you want me to cut it at 8? Because the 24 hour started at 4 p.m. and that's like because the clock's going quicker, it should be just barely there. But I didn't think about also having to get the white flag and everything to get to the checkered, or if it would just be first person over after the 24 hours or what have you. Because I don't actually normally watch Le Mans or any racing stuff normally, so I wouldn't be 100%. Yeah, I'm almost certain it was also the micro pauses that makes it a bit later now. God damn it. God damn it, me. Pardon me, should have just went by gut. Do you mind if I get this onto the podium, or would you want me to cut it at 8 exactly? Because it shouldn't take more than 4 or 5 minutes at most. It's again, I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly after the 24 hours, which would be at 1600. 16 0000 would be the full 24. But I don't know if it would also be included, also having to include doing a white flag, and then to get checkered, or if it's checkered after the full 24. Thank you, EDF. Because it would just feel a bit unsatisfactory, I can say, for getting right to the very end and then just cutting it literally before anybody can see what the final results are. It'd be a bit of a interesting kind of April Fool's dick move kind of thing. Okay. But yeah, it's a mix of me having a couple of small pauses, one at the very middle of the race to advertise charity and the schedule, and then of course trying to actually get the empirical evidence of am I going to make it with enough fuel, which I should have just went with gut. Yeah, very anticlimactic. Yeah, the full 24 hour for this it was meant to be 240 minutes. Yeah, 240 minutes, which is exactly 4 hours. But that would also not include the opening into the race, the start, and then also the micro pauses. So, yeah. Yep, I can do that. I did see that you'd beaten it and then started to play some Genshin. So, Crash 4. I mean, we didn't hit the wall. We didn't hit the wall, so that's fine. And yeah, we have enough fuel. In fact, I think I'm going to go purposefully a little slower here. So when we cross the finish line, it's at that 4 p.m. Just in case it is a white flag situation. Just reduce our overall a little bit. Yeah, I mean that's fine. I was a little surprised that it was taking would take you that long, because for me it took me 8 hours, I think, in a single sitting to 100% it. Might have been like 6 as well. It was 6 to 8, something like that. But it is the kind of game where you can do it in a single sitting, so I don't think I needed to slow down fully, but I wanted to guarantee it. I was concerned I would end up going too quick and not get to the finish line beforehand. Oops, sorry about that. But yeah, we should be hitting the finish line after the full 24 now. So it's going to be interesting to see if it is going to be white flag conditions or if it is just straight checkered. There we go. Oh, it does immediately push it to the final lap. So I think that should then be checkered when we get to the finish line. And that was also why I was wanting to make sure that we passed the finish line after that full 24. Is because if we'd passed it like a second or so beforehand, there'd been an entire extra 4-minute lap. So is it going to be checkered? Let's see. It is checkered. So yes, that was 4 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Technically, it was also the full 24 hours, but the game time is sped up to be 4 hours in real time. Next up, we will have Evil Dead with, well, yeah, Evil Dead fan, I think, with Devil May Cry 5. Hopefully you found DMC 5, because I know you were a little worried about that. And skip the procession. Is there actually going to be anything to show for it, or is it just a well done, buddy? Best lap, 4:10, 4:85 with a total laps of 54. Okay. Get the gold trophy. That seems to have been it, which is a little disappointing. Was it? No, it wasn't. We did unlock a new car. We got an LMP 07 for the Le Mans 2000 mode with max speed, basically. Well, nearly max speed. Very good brakes, solid handling, solid acceleration. Is that it? I think it might have been. Let's see. Come on. You know you can load. You know you can do it, game. Come on. So then it's just the credits. Okay. But yes, so thank you everybody for coming along. It has been an absolute blast. I've got some more stuff I'm doing at 4. I believe it's Rule of Woes. Yes, it is. It's Rule of Woes. I will say that game has some things that are disturbing. So if you're of a sensitive disposition to think about maybe not. But yes, so thanks everybody for coming along, and I do hope I will see everybody again next time.